Hey, what's going on, Ginge? How you doing, man? What's going on, Reborn? Welcome, welcome. Let me know if how my microphone sounds. I just set up the studio microphone today. Hopefully that'll be good for us. All right. So here we are on episode 24. Crazy. Um all right, I've got some incoming messages that I'm barely able to keep up with. Holy cow. All right. Some new changes here on the GDevelop spine objects in 2D animation. Whoa, that's crazy. GDevelop has had some changes. All right, so I'm gonna go over to our game scene. I'm looking at the newest uh, update of GDevelop. It looks like they now have some campaigning that you can do. Gets your promoted games up front. They added 2D skeletal animations, allowing for very smooth animations using the sprite spine stuff. So this will allow a lot of people who aren't pixel art developers and are developing frame by frame to effectively be able to do bone rigging animations in their 2D games. That's nice. So they actually added their own expression. And so Arthuro555 is the same person who makes Think. So allow the orthographic camera in 3D layers, which is now you can make the isometric 3D games. Added tween options for 3D objects. Hmm. Interesting. Now we're going to end up going through some of the other stuff. Hmm. All right. Hmm. Yeah, now we're gonna see more of these paper doll style character sprites using spines. It's cool to see the 3D getting pushed a little bit further along in GDevelop. It's gonna be time that I start actually attributing some of my drawings to the community before it's too late. This is interesting. That's kind of funny. I like this one. I like these three drones, the big one, and this. I really don't like this one. I like its design is cool, but that, what is that? Compared to all the other animations, it's so out of place. I don't like that. Dungeon Remastered. Yeah, a bunch of little poly assets. Pretty interesting stuff. It looks like they added a lot of new packs to the store. It's cool to see GDevelop continue to push themselves to be the forefront of accessible game development. So that's pretty interesting. I think that there's still lots to do, more to come, but okay. So I have not had time to inspect the stuff that you'd sent me, Reborn. Um, let's see here. Reborn. Uh, Reborn, in the messages you sent me, uh, is the second one the newest version, or did you tech? Well, no, you sent me two different. I see here. Never mind. I thought they were zip files. Let's take a look here. All right, let's go back to our main game here. I assume that the first one is a replacement of the world generation. Got some work to do here if we want to integrate this. Let's see here. We'll do an edit of the extension. Oh wait, no, the other one's just a paste extension, isn't it? I should be able to just paste it, I think. Maybe not. How do you import that extension? Well, I guess I could just save it as a JSON, right? Or save this and then upload it, because right now I can't upload it, won't let me. Or I'm not sure where to paste on the 3 dots. That's such a weird mechanic, but yeah. No, that didn't work. Oh, right click paste. I see. Oh, it won't. That's the wrong thing. Oh my god. Clicking on everything, Alex. Come on. Paste. There we go. But Chunky Monkey. I'm not a fan of this. You changed my Chunky Monkey script. Alright. Let's take a look here. Almost everything fell into place. Tree, we don't use tree, we use node. Or tree. Oh, we don't even have the trees in this one. Never mind, so it doesn't even matter. Tiles, I imagine, is supposed to be... Alright, let's take a look here. So what's the main differences? We have... This is all the same. We don't need these things right now. And the way that we're doing this, we could finally rename... We don't even use tile anymore. But we can replace color. With, oh, oops, tiles. An S. What is this to create? What is this? Oh, damn it. I actually needed that. Shit. I'm gonna look at this again. First things first. All right, let's copy this. I gotta relook at this real quick. All right. Save that real quick. Okay, so going back here real quick. It looks like tiles is a object. Not an object, a group. And then we have tile. So we're not using color anymore, which is fine. We don't need trees. I don't know, modulate tile dot creation. We're going to go into our game scene and create a new group called tiles. And inside of the tiles, we're going to add our tile. I guess. I don't really know what the purpose of that is currently. The only thing I'm unsure of is this to create. It doesn't seem to be... Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I do plan on using sprites. I don't plan on doing it the way that you're doing it. Using tiled sprites. I understand now, because you're using tiled sprites to create tiles. I don't want that. What's up, RetroSpark? Uh, Let me follow this down. So, boom, boom, boom. This then becomes unnecessary. Let me, hold on. Let's see here. I'm just analyzing what you've done here. I'm reading in my head. So, that's interesting. We end up moving. So we have our base camera script. We're going to move that down into our script. It's quite a bit different going on here. So let's get these things shrunk down so I can see what's going on. So for each child, as we store things in, And then we go right into our tile creation script. So this is the major section where things get weird. Yeah, I see that. I see that. This is the part that I'm scratching my head. I need this. This could be done, yeah, wherever really. But yeah. Um, and then this makes sense as well. Okay. So we're not creating the tiles anywhere except for right here. So don't I need to change this. This to create function is set the scene text. This is supposed to be a string, right? Like that? No? What's going on? Among the objects of tiles, can't we just do... Whoa. Oh, right. Should still work though, right? We don't need to declare it because it's technically set here, right? At least in terms of the suite or gdevelop. What's up, Riley? Okay. I have no idea how long my mic has been off for. That's frustrating. Ah, yeah. Sorry, Ginge, because like I had said something about what you had said. 6 minutes. Oh, end me now. Okay, so I gotta go back and say everything I just said again. All right. So what I know to be true, something that's happening is when the player. So um oh my goodness. Sorry, Riley. I was trying to talk to Riley too. Um my temples. Okay. Uh so what's happening is because of how we're saving the data, we're we're crushing the bandwidth, the output. I was checking the output on this thing earlier and it's crazy. Like the further you are away from me, and that's what I was trying to show with this diagram, which you guys are probably like, what is he talking like? We're just looking at paper. Um, we end up getting a this situation where the latency of the game is now the latency of like the most laggy player, if you will. So the further you are away from me because of how much data, if I remove all of the terrain generation, we have perfect sync almost with anybody. But because of all the data that we're sending, all these squares, and the way that they're being stored and sent, it chokes out the bandwidth, so nobody can like the laggiest player. They'll see that there's a time differential. So I was gonna see Riley, if you're available, can I send you a link and whoever is available at their PC, can I send you a link and have you guys join the server and then see how your latency compares now that we've done some variations. All right, cool. Let me grab this link real quick. Nope, 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 nope. Didn't mean to do that. All right, Riley, I'm gonna send you that, and then if I send you this, so WASD, right, is to move and your arrow keys. So when you connect, I want to see, give it a couple seconds once you connect. Let's see what your time differential is and whether or not when you move it's snappy or laggy or what. So what my anticipation is, you're going to move. What happens is because of how the signal's been working, if he moves, then it's going to be moving on my screen but not on his. If we're out of sync. Riley, let me know if like is it I'm going to move with you too. Is it snappy? Does it feel better? Can you see when I move? Oh, is it really? Riley, are you in the UK? What? Yeah, I mean, so watch the stream while you're looking at your game. Is our time pretty much in sync, or is our players in sync? I think we might have fixed it with the buffering, but uh, with I saw that the camera has some new buffering elements. Well, we uh, that's crazy. That's gonna take me a second to do, Riley. I mean, let's see. Right? That's like you didn't even get the last one because it just doesn't work very well. Well, that's okay. So some latency is good, right? But keep following me this way. Keep come with me this way. Let me know if there's ever a point where you let go of the key and your character still moves on his own. Interesting. Just keep following me. I just want to see your reaction time. The best way for me to actually see this is while we're walking. Is it just 1 second? It's better than... So, okay, I'm going to move. Yeah, okay. See, that's not so bad. See, but we're watching Riley lose connection more and more and more. It looks like. I don't even know where he went. I'm going to go back to the red cube. Which is to the right. Oh, there you are. So that's a significant improvement than it was before. I'll tell you that. Because before you couldn't move at all. So we've improved it. Or rather, Reborn has improved it, which is great. But we're sending a lot of bandwidth. Let me check my task manager. Yeah, and that's what we were talking about. We need to now implement client-side predictions, which is I have no idea how to even go about. So it's getting worse. That's what I thought. The longer it goes, the worse it's going to get. We don't want that because then the player could endlessly just continue. But then, so I closed that down. Sorry. One of the other things that I was looking at and messing with was when we do our movement, right? By also including the players, because the players are synced objects. So the problem that we end up having here is that eventually, even with our players being in sync, so this will still work in the same way. So now we still move and can control ourselves, but then here, by adding in this in with the sync property, it seems to guarantee that you move. But the problem is what happens when other players become out of sync. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna share this with you, Riley. Let me know. Same thing. We're gonna do this again. Um, what do you mean, Reborn? Did you just fix something and then send it to me? I'm not sure what you meant by that. All right, we'll ship that out. Let me preview the game. Get back into multiplayer here. Do another test run. I'll give Riley the join code. Okay. So after running around for a little bit, let's move around a bit. Because your client is now in control of how you move, right? So by doing the settings I just did, we should see that you are far more. Oh, wow, yeah. I think we're slowly getting out of sync here. I'm just going to stay in the red box. You can roam around a minute. I just want to see if that's better or worse for you. So now we're out of sync. Yeah, Riley's gone. I don't even know where he is. Yeah, okay. So that's what I thought. So, yeah, when we do it this way, what ends up happening is that we give the client authority on how to move, and we don't want that, right? Because if we give you authority on how to move, then you're moving out of sync from the server. There's a disconnect, and that really goes to show how disconnected we actually are. Because now that I gave you control, now we saw how different your client was, because the signals are being sent to your client and to you at the same time, or like from the client to the server. The server sending you signals, so you're like double moving when you're not supposed to be. You know. The first one you said you're gonna make me have to change all those, change all this again. Okay, you just did the changes for this part. Yeah, I see that. Okay. Let's do this shot again. All right, Riley, here we go again. You ready, bud? If we can get the load time down and efficient between such a far distance, then we can maintain, you know. All right, there's a new one. All right, so you should be wiggle wobbling. Yeah. Yeah. Why is this happening? I don't. This is the stuff because like what's happening is that you're touching buttons and it's sending it to the client or to the server, but not. I'm not sending it back to you because of that latency thing, right? So we're missing fires, like they're misfiring. But before we were synchronized, and now we're not. And the only thing that's changed now is the view distance of the camera. Yeah, you wouldn't be getting any of the server. Try to rejoin, Riley. Try rejoining one more time. Wait a couple seconds before you join, just to make sure that you get proper authentication through the broker. And then other than that, I'm not entirely sure why now you're not moving, but before you were in sync with me. Okay, on my screen you're moving fine, obviously, but is that better? Was it just like a bug in connecting? I'm just gonna assume that if you're following me, then you're working. Okay, that's reasonable. See, okay, I'm gonna try to walk around me like let's walk in circles and see what happens. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. So we can see that how desynced he is, but it's not as bad as it could be, right? Something like that would make sense for how far apart we are, but we still want to minimize that. And then if I stop moving, Riley, go ahead and stop moving so I know that uh you're in sync with me, right? So now let's go. Let's move around. And then and just focusing on your client, try to walk around circles around me so we're kind of like dual walking in circles, right? And then when I stop moving, go ahead and stop moving. Oh. Are you watching the stream or are you watching your own screen? Cuz that was like pretty quick. Hmm. Yeah, that's not bad. Hmm. Yeah, what's up, Riley? Mhm. Where my glasses go? I can't see anything this morning. I think my glasses are in the living room. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get my glasses. I can't see without my glasses. Right. And so that's Riley, ideally, that is what we should be doing. How to do that is another question entirely. So now all the rendering for the terrain, though, is done on the player side. Watch this, though. Okay, I'm going to send you, Riley, I'm going to send you one more. And we're not going to generate any terrain this time, right? So now there's no terrain because terrain isn't synced between the client and the server. It's you get past a noise. Well, Riley, that's what I did just a minute ago. When we added those settings that it sent the message to the server and then moved you. That's what was, and then you were like, "Oh, now we're really out of sync." That's what happened. But we don't have a fact checker to then the server correct what the player has done. That's the problem. So we can do what you're saying, but then I don't know how to set without passing the player's coordinates all the time. I don't know how to grab that code and realign it with the server. Like we could pass the player's X, player's Y position, and then if it's greater than or less than 2 pixels, move the player to that position. Right, but then they have to first get the player's position. So when they're spawned, we have their position. So we can store that player's X, so player ID X, player ID Y. Every time we move, we would then have to send that signal back, but then we'd be moving at 1 pixel at a time. Or at least, I mean, we could do a while movement, right? So if it's like the camera, if it's out of sync, but 1 second though. So making sure that we're not losing synchronization because of this. Let me send you a. Not generating it. There we go. Let me generate this link real quick, and then we'll talk about it. So then without the terrain rendering every second, come follow me into the square red. Same rules apply. As we move around, and then as I stop, you stop. See, that seems much faster. Right? Am I crazy? That seemed faster. All right, let's go again. Move. And then whenever I stop, you stop. Yeah, see, that's way fast. I'm wondering if part of what's slowing us down is the rendering. Because. All right, Riley, now you move. When you stop, I'm going to stop moving. How was that for you? Did it feel like I stopped like right after? Because on my screen, I definitely did. Yeah. Okay. Let's do this again. Let's walk back and forth. And then whenever you're ready, you can stop moving. Yeah, it seems to be pretty close to being in sync then, right? But then if I take that away, and then I stop. Yeah, okay. So then if I add the generation back, there's more latency. And I'm not sure why. There shouldn't be, because the generation is done on the client. And the world manager, hmm. That wouldn't work either. One of the other things I didn't check for either, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, is when we launch our client, uh, is our terrain even in sync? Let me see this real quick. Um, it's not. So that's one issue. I can tell you right now, that's not the same. It is not the same currently. So currently our terrain isn't the same. So that's a problem. This is the thing that I don't quite understand though. We shouldn't need to pass it to the client like this. If they're in sync, right? So like if all of this was in our world manager and the tiles were synced like they should be, only the host should have to create them. But then that breaks multiplayer. Like that, I was looking at like what the sync behavior is for, and it's this. It's so that we only render it once. I feel like we're like overcomplicating the system that they have pre-built for us, but I need to talk to like someone who knows what is going on. Dang it. Oh, wrong button. It's the third one. And this makes sense, right? I I do see what's happening. We see that the chunk is only loading for the player. So now we can see, right? But everything is in sync. That's the thing. So we're only actually rendering it once, but we're controlling that render. Yeah. Riley, I'm gonna send you another link. I meant the tiles are in sync, not the players. But I'll wait for you in here, Riley, because now with this, right, as long as Riley's with me, he should be able to see the same train. So let me know if you can see the train, Riley. Because just like the players are in sync, they're synchronized, and we don't need to know where their coordinate is because they're synchronized. But then they get out of sync. I hate multiplayer concepts; they're hard. Do you see the tiles, Riley? Oh, he's underneath the tiles. Go up, move up, move up. Press out. Keep going up. Press W until you pop out of the tiles. Like if I move down, can you see your tile character? And then when I come back up, now you can't see your player, right? I did not modify it, no. But it would need to be on the client side too because I moved it. I mean, technically, yeah, I modified it because this is only happening in the server. So what I need to do is go to the player and set this value as well on the client side because it's only happening on the server. The order matters on both. Where the heck is this? Where's it going? That's an action for one. There you go. All right. All right, Riley, here we go again. Actually, I'll be able to test that locally. Oh, yeah. That's fair. That's fair. That does make more sense. So now, though... God. All right. Mm, there we go. Now, this doesn't really matter either. Um, if these are in sync with the player, can't we just run a for each player and literally allow this script to run for each player as the players move around? It stores it stores the information. It builds it. Can we change it and build it not from the camera position but from a radius around each player? Because what we need to do, I think that we're going about this the wrong way. We're doing what a normal traditional system would allow us to do. But with the synchronization behavior and everything that's going on, I think just synchronizing one tile rather than rebuilding these tiles constantly for everyone should be what we're doing. Or it has to do with how we're storing and calling this information. So now the server is building the world, but because we're synchronized and we're loading them together, that means that we're already both loading them. So I think if we just rethink the way that we are drawing pixels, because we are using the same noise grid, so the information should be stored on the server. Because it's synchronized. Which it's already doing. The chunks are already being developed by the server. So we need to change the way that we're storing this information. Yeah, you're right. No, I'm thinking about it too. Easy, they said. Easy it would be. Okay, because if not, I can give you the math for how much I want it to create. Because now what I'm thinking, Reborn, is something a little bit different. It's the same sort of mechanic, but I think this is what I think we should do. All right. Uh, if we generate all of that terrain in the beginning, right? So we generate a blank canvas. So there's no actual sprite being drawn, it's a transparent sprite, right? And then we interesting. Let me open this up again. So when I'm gonna keep going back to Minecraft, right? So when we build a Minecraft world, what I think it does is it from the starting location, it builds a blank chunk for everything. And that's why it takes sometimes so long for the Minecraft server to boot, because what it's doing is it's generating empty chunks. So by the end, we have a negative 500, a positive 500, a negative 500, and a positive 500 in every direction, which is 1 million squared by 16 by 16, right? So each of these is a 256 chunk in Minecraft, like that. And what it does is it generates all of them. So we know that they're blank, but they're there. And then using the seed, it applies what everything should be. But then everything is hidden. We can't see it. It's undiscovered. And if it's that many variables, 44,086 times 256, that's too much. It's generating too much. That's 11 million chunks. Unless you're saying that unless you're saying that Oh no, for the okay, hold on. Yeah. See Reborn, but I think what we're doing though is we're creating chunks based on where the camera can currently see. So it's chunking them, but the chunks are moving because they're not saved in a default location. They're not actually saved. So when our camera moves, if chunk 100 is, let's say, up here, right? It's out of the camera space, right? So we basically have this going on all the way around the camera, which is a padding, right? So we have padding around the camera, so it's not generating in. We're not seeing it generate on the edges of our screen, which is great. But I think what we're doing is we're calculating the chunks from here every time we move, and we don't want that. We need the chunks to be saved into one file so that this chunk is now chunk number 0, or the starting chunk. As we're moving, we're redefining what a chunk is, and that's too much information. And one, we shouldn't be doing that anyways. Hey, Deverat, no problem, man. Thank you for coming back in. I'm glad to have you here. So now that we're running off of the server, not the client, right? So we're refocusing this to the server. Because ultimately, while the client needs to render and everything, the server's in charge of holding all of that data in like Minecraft. It's not, if you're hosting your own world, then you do it yourself. But we don't need that. We need the server to generate that first area, and that to be 0, 0, and to always be 0, 0. And then we just load it into the RAM by hiding it instead of deleting it. And then we marked it as visible. Whoa, jeez. Holy cow. Charlotte Hollenberg, thank you for following. Yeah. Whoo! Jump scare. I forgot that those were there. Woo! About jumped out of my skin. Well, it is procedural. Well, you guys got to, because you're turned down. Anything that you hear through my speakers is turned down by half. Because I'm deaf in my right ear, or mostly deaf in my right ear. 86% deaf in my right ear due to an injury. So my left ear is really sensitive, but I have to turn up my volume. So it's at like 200%. So you hear it at 100% volume. I hear it at 200% volume, and it's loud in my left ear. My poor left ear, man. it's just trying to catch up. I'm trying to make it as deaf as my right ear. Okay. So Devaret, that's what's interesting, right? So we are procedural generation is what we're still talking about doing, right? So what happens in Minecraft specifically is, at least in, rudimentarily, it's complicated. There's no way I could just be like, oh yeah, this is how that works, right? So effectively though, you have a seed. We see the world seed. We know what that's this, and that tells us how to generate each chunk in the game. And so while the players are moving around, you are discovering chunks, and it loads a rent. You also have something called render distance. So we have a seed, and we have a render distance, and we have chunks, and we have visited or seen, you know, and then we have not visited or unseen. So in Minecraft, because of our render distance, we're rendering from the very first chunk we load, which is the coordinate of 0, 0. That's your spawn chunk. And then because of your render distance, when you load into the game world, why it takes a second is it's downloading the map from the server. If you're hosting yourself, you're spinning it up, and that's what that initial startup is it generates your render distance from you, so that way you have a amount of chunks that you can move before the game starts lagging, before it starts loading in new chunks. As you get close, it tells your computer to start rendering these chunks in advance, so that way by the time you get there it seems seamless. But on lower end computers, you can really see this happening in real time, where it starts chunking, and there's times where you can't see anything because we want to queue it up. We want to queue that service up and then deploy it. But what we're doing currently is we're doing it in real time with some padding. So as our camera moves, which is fine for the style of game we're doing, it is generating them as you move your camera in every direction. And we have a small bit of padding around the camera. So this chunk, though, is 0, 0, and now it's been seen as visited. So I'm just going to put a green chunk, right? And then what we're trying to figure out how most effectively to do is to save that chunk as the ID of 0, 0. And no longer when we move will that chunk is just chunk number 0 in the array. And then this is now chunk number 1. This one could be chunk number 2. This would actually be like this, probably 2, 3, 4, whatever. So now we have chunks loading, but each of them need a coordinate because this is our x, default y. Because that chunk is then saved. Sure, you're probably typing on your phone. Chunks need to be stored. That's how the system works. That's how procedural generation works in terrain cubes. Well, yeah, now, Devarat, when we're talking about big Minecraft, but back in the day, when we're talking about the default basic terrain, not any other region other than the default region, right? The default region. So before regions exist, and there was no other biomes, and it was just the default biome. Because that's what we're dealing with right now. Regions are how you define a biome. But right now, if we remove that, we have chunks, chunk data, how many chunks are in that region. So if we're talking about biomes in Minecraft, we have this is a biome, also known as a region, right? So we have a region, and that's this area out here. This can hold X amount of chunks. that generates in that region. Inside of each chunk is a array of data, right? And each chunk, I'm running out of drawing room, right? So each chunk is tile, tile, tile by 16 by 16, okay? And it does this 16 by 16 over 256 deep, as well as it's a square circumference of 256. And as we begin rendering, what we need to do is save the data from the server on the client. So what Reborn is saying that we're doing, so that's the general chunking system. What we're doing right now is we're loading. Say I'm going to decrease this a little bit. So a green is going to be our viewport, right? This is our viewport in our game. Jeez. And we're going to use light green as an example of the area around our screen that we can see. So what should be happening, right? What we're talking about doing is we have a seed, and that's a global seed for everyone. And then we're telling the player to render their own screen. Well, not right now because I changed it, but we were saying render your own screen. And if the seed value is the same, then we know that this square over here, let's say red is our spawn, and we want to move to orange. This position, because the seed is the same, should be the same. This guaranteed will be the same spot if the seed is the same. So if the server creates a seed code, so this is server side, right? So the server creates this and sends it to the client. We are now in sync with the tiles. We should be. We should have syncing between all of us without using any sync code. We're not using, if we get rid of the syncing between tiles, and then what we're doing is we're creating and deleting sprites based on that. So as we move, so red, let's say, is the new color, red and pink is the incoming tiles. So we don't spin this up. There's no buffer or anything. So all we know is that when we get to see this value based on the seed, because now everything's based on the seed, we're going to end up loading this in on the client. The client, when the green moves to here, we're going to load this in, draw it in real time. But none of that. Then if it's gone, if it's past our movement, we delete it currently, and I think that that's a problem because we're deleting this information and rather than holding it in storage. So as we leave the frames, we're completely destroying those values rather than saving them into a chunk data. that's based on so the seed is although this will still be in sync, we know where everything is supposed to be. We're deleting and creating them rather than storing them for reuse later. We're making the client reload everything constantly, and in doing that, with it being busy doing stuff like this, I think we lose synchronization with our player. So what I'm trying to sort through is how do we better keep the server and client connected. So now what we're doing, so this is the code that we have, but then with enabling synchronization between client and server, right? We see that the server, which is how it is in Minecraft, holds the world data. The server should hold the data. That's what a server's for. Now, normally in Minecraft, we have a dedicated server. We use a different type of server to host. Normally, you don't just start a single player game and then enable multiplayer and people can join you, right? Normally, we have a server that's holding all of the stuff. That's how it already works in Minecraft. You have a server. And as you explore the world, the server stores that data. It doesn't delete it. It keeps it in archives. We're deleting our data. We're not saving the data. By doing the method I was talking about earlier, we do save the data. It's clear that obviously reading code in real time on these engines isn't really a problem. Like being able to create tiles, it's such a very small task to do. But we're losing synchronization between our player and our client. The longer it seems that we go, the worse it gets. So because we're not using a server, we have to still figure out how to store the chunking data, because we're rebuilding chunks every time we move, and we don't want to do that. That is not what Minecraft does. That is not how procedural generation should work. If it was single player, this would be working fine. But because we have multiplayer synchronization, we have to store that data somewhere. So what we had going earlier is each camera, let's say camera is the white camera is the player, right? And I'm just going to alternate through this real quick. So these are all the chunk data. This is if we go back to the system without me changing anything. Okay. Let me. This is going to be flipped upside down. Well, close enough. Whatever. Right, you get the idea. So, if we're drawing all of our tiles, I'm becoming stressed out. So if each of these is a player, right? And we have a shared seed. So the map is the seed. And this is how we were doing it. So here we go. So without synchronizing the player in our original code, we have each player rendering their own tiles. And this is what that looks like. So if this is player 1 and this is player 2, we can see that while they move around, they render their own tiles. But what we're doing is we're creating this script that says this is chunk 1 always as we move around. Okay? So that's the first chunk, and then we'll make brown the last chunk. And as we move around, those data, that first chunk, second chunk, that's all being changed. Because we're counting how many chunks are in a cube. We're not saying, and then as we leave, we're deleting everything. So if you can't see it, it's gone. It's being deleted. There's nothing stored. There's nothing saved anywhere. We're getting rid of it. We're only generating off of a seed. So we're basically saying, is it visible? If it's within only within our visibility. Yes. 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 That's what I'm saying. So right now, well, this is not good because we're moving around and we're generating our own chunks. We're not sharing that chunk data. Each client is deciding what a chunk is as it moves around. But the server, player one, needs to be, because they are also the server. So player one is player one, but also server because they're the host. So the host should be getting the client updates to tell us what has been visited by other people. So let's say red has been over here. We just need to know that that chunk has been found and then stored back inside of this guy. Because when we reboot the server needs to load that value in. And if every client is holding that value, there's nothing to pull from. They'll have to reload everything every single time they reconnect. Now in Minecraft, this is our solution. But going back to the same ideology that we're using here, let's say I'm just gonna kind of build up on this visually for a second. Okay. I'm going to take this and I'm going to paste it inside here. So stick with me for a second. It doesn't really matter what we're just okay. Continuous all white there. So now when we start our game, let's say that this section is the first chunk. Well, okay. Stick with me for a second. So in Minecraft, let's say that we have a server, and the server, we got to remember in our format what we need to do to make it like Minecraft. So player one is equal to server, right? So player one is the server. So if player one is here and player two is orange, and all of these tiles are undiscovered, okay, we render this. Well, it does now, but okay. So this though, this is, we're going to say that this area is the initial chunks that are loaded from the server. So when we create our world, our render range is 2. And so normally there'd be, we'll pretend like there's one basically in the center, right? And so that one, we're going to call it, this one green, or we'll make it like light blue. And then those are all the rendered ones. So let's think about it this way. Okay, the player starts in that square. And we use our render distance to render everything outside of that square. This is 0, 0. This one right here, technically, the white one. now, of course, if they would all be in sync, so with the way I drew it, it doesn't make sense. But underneath the philosophy that the center, the one of these squares, is arbitrarily the center, whatever one that is where we begin. So we begin there. We render all of this on a render range of 2. So now we can see 1, 2, 1, 2 in every direction. We can see 2 tiles in every direction. That is then rendered. The first square that you're on is rendered as the starting square of 0, 0. And that's saved because all of the individual tiles inside of that chunk in the 16 by 16 is saved in that chunk. And that's what we're doing. We got that. Okay. So now we have that. But then that gets passed to the server and that gets stored in a save. We already know that this is true. This isn't negotiable. We already know that this is true. We know that the server is storing the chunk data. And one of the biggest things it's saying is like, has it been seen or visited? So seen is generated. Okay, so we can say generated or not generated. Okay, generated is now going to be light green, and not generated is going to be red. So everything that is red is not generated, and everything is green is generated. Now, instead of deleting these grids and starting to count over, so in our system, we have the top and bottom squares, the first and last chunk to be loaded. As we move around, this value is moving. We don't want that value to ever move. It should be saved into a map array. So the map system should know what ID each tile is, and it should be saved into the map's developing knowledge. Even though that we're running, so in Minecraft, even though you're running the same seed, which you see when you connect to the game, you get this value. Even though you're a player over here, the server is still letting you know that all of these have been seen. The player traveled that far, right? So all of these have been saved, whether we're on the same seed or not. The data has been saved as visited. And that way, when we reload, we don't have to generate this from noise again. It's already been backloaded. So they just load it up when they go to revisit something. You don't respin up things that you haven't been to in a long time. It doesn't. I mean, it does spin down. Eventually, the farther away you get from it, it'll go into cold storage. So you have RAM memory, which is all of this before it gets saved is just saved in a RAM. So it gets built on the client, and all that data is stored. And then it gets saved eventually to the server out of the RAM. Like when you save your world, it goes from RAM every so often into stored. And these chunks are just I'm looking at. Okay, but if we don't delete the tiles, can't we just hide them? Because then they're not taking up value other than just there is something there, a boundary, a border box. That's wild to me. And this is without deleting them, right? Oh, that's funny. This is actually good representation. Oh, all right. Uh, I broke it. It won't let me zoom back in. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the zoom to catch up. There we go. There we go. So yeah, okay. So Reborn is proving a point to me. Reborn is saying it doesn't. He really is showing here that only what's drawn on the screen really matters. If it's not drawn on the screen, it doesn't matter in GDevelop. So the system that we're using now should theoretically work. But for some reason, it's causing desyncing. No, I'm listening to what you're saying, Sean. I know. I just don't like doing it that way. It's a personal choice. Because then I have to add each individual one as an item. So this is what happens when we zoom out. Look how slow that chunking is. Wah, wah, wah. Yeah. So if we took 34,000, so what basically though is what Sean doesn't know, and I'll just show you the math here on it, Sean. If we take the 34,759 and we divide it by 256, that's 135 chunks when we zoom out. Well, I guess that's all the chunks that exist. That has nothing to even do with. So now we can see all the tiles that have been created. I zoomed out too far. I'm trying to zoom back in, but it might take me 10 years. There we go. Why is it getting faster? Our movement seems to be developed on. We are flying. Our movement speed seems to be dependent on how zoomed in we are. Why is it that the farther I'm zoomed in, the faster I run? I'm a TIE fighter. I'm not sure why that guy's so fast. But this is the method that would happen that if we didn't delete the chunks, right? We're just trying to look at, so without deleting chunks or hiding them, in this case, nothing happens. So we do have to delete the chunks, or this is going to get ridiculous. So if we remove this stuff and move it back to where it belongs, we need to go into our game script and also undo the damage that we've done. Making sure that our world generator comes back. Hello? There we go. And then what we need to do is change this. I guess that could stay there now. We need to get, when the player joins the server, they need to get the they need to change their noise seed. And that should fix the issue. But that being said, right? Maybe I'm just putting too much hope into the back end. Maybe that really could just be that I have higher hopes for the back end than son of a biscuit eater. All right, so then we go here, and in our multiplayer script, let me get the multiplayer code. Okay, that's a problem. I gotta go to the game scene and desynchronize the tiles because I had synchronized them earlier. But if they're all generated from the same seed now, then they should actually be the same. They are not the same. Why? So now, what should be happening is that they should be sharing the same seed, but maybe the way when the player is created, that's not the right idea. The right. Mm, I think this is something this reborn. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but because we're telling it to regenerate off of world, but we're not getting the state. Yeah, but why isn't it being passed? Well, that's what we no. We need to pass this to them. We gotta pass the seed, generate the world seed, right? Then change the noise of that seed in world. But then when each player connects, don't we need to like sync this? Without what variable? Without a condition? Or are you saying this? I see what you're saying. Or do we just change the noise seed? Nope, not accurate. There we go. So what was happening is that originally you were creating the noise here for the client, but then we didn't adapt the noise to the state that we created in our noise state or in our generation state world manager. Yeah, now it's synced. Yeah, it just needed this. Okay. So now we have the world sync. The tiles set. But we still have a loading issue. That's fine. That part doesn't that doesn't matter to me. We could set it as a different. The first tile ever created is pre-built, and then we build all the tiles off of that tile, right? That would be fine. Either way. No. It needs to be back where it was because I mean, I guess I could hold on. Well, the other thing that we could do is define the world. No, it just it works better. This makes sense because you're recreating it for the client here. And if we just set the noise seed of world, because you're generating the world here, the unless we pass it to the world to the client through state, which is what we're doing here, we'd have to change world to state world, or we can just match the state, the noise. This makes sense. To here? Or you're saying above the? Yeah. Now we're synced again. Yeah. Well, it won't be able to run until because of how you're generating. Uh huh. I, that's fine. I'm not moving anything. I'm gonna move it to a different spot in general, but go ahead. I'm actually not sure why either. Now that I'm thinking about it. No, because you're not. If we create world up here though, then it'll work. This should work because we're predefining world and we're not creating it every time. Pretty sure that this will work now. Damn it. Keep clicking that same button. Drives me nuts. There we go. It's synced. And now it's only happening once, not 10 million times. Uh, no, it's different. There's just always a diagonal line because of the generation tiles, I think, how we have. I mean, so this line, let's keep watching this, the front line. Blank. Oh, maybe you're right. Thanks, Opera. No, shit, you're right. What happened? Well, is it not? Yeah. It has to do with the way that you do this does that. Before, with the way that I was doing opacity, it worked differently because each tile had its own opacity. I don't really understand what's happening here. This is you. I get that you replaced opacity, but I don't understand what you replaced it with. You replaced it with the noise. Yeah, yeah. So we can the tile animation we can tweak the noising a little bit, but we don't want to tweak it for. It has to be the same though for every person. So the tweaks we make to terrain has to be the same for everyone. But that's fine because we're not really worried about that. We really should just be creating default for now. Hmm. I'm not sure, man. I mean, it's simply just me changing this to like 100, right? And then changing this to 50. It completely changes the way that our world generates. And we can actually, if we go to just the game scene and we launch the game scene, we can actually now see how different the world generates. And right there, we can see that the middle is changing, but it just doesn't change very often, or how it's not, it doesn't, they're pretty damn close to the same thing every time. But we can work on that later. I'm not really worried about that yet. But what we will end up doing is all the buildings are going to be synchronized, and so when a player places it, the server will place it. It'll find the cursor location, place it on that player's cursor or wherever that their highlight is. It'll build it, but then it'll be synchronized. All objects will be synchronized, and that way we only build them once, and we don't have to like store any of that data or anything. That's nuts. Uh, because then we don't want to use. I don't want to use your method of using tiled sprites because tiled sprites, okay, yeah, they're faster, sure, but then the trees and whatnot. Um, I had a whole system for spawning nodes, and the node system was based on checking if a tile find a random tile right within a certain range of that chunk or whatever, like per chunk, and then generate X amount of trees on that location. Pick a tile. If it is a collision tile, remove it. The trees were their own node, and that could be a tile. That could be a tile that doesn't really matter. But if I had more than one tree or more than one stone type, I don't want to have to keep changing them. I'd rather change the animation name than change the uh, new object every time I want a different object. Like tree chopped, you know? I don't want to have to create two different objects every time. I'd rather just change the animation once. But um so we have synchronized that, and that's fine. But this doesn't solve our multiplayer lag issue. We can tell that it's being generated, though. What is actually being sent? So in the client, right? Yeah, sorry to hear that, bud. It does happen. See you later, Riley. Take it easy, man. Deep breaths. I don't know how you're accidentally deleting all your stuff and not being able to get it back. You gotta quit doing that. All right. So now the only thing that's being sent between the client and the player is the noise state. And that happens once. No, man. It might, at this rate, the latency issue might just now be ISP based. Maybe there is a port that we're not aware of, because in broker servers, when you create a, I don't even know. I'm not even gonna try. I don't know. Because now nothing is being sent between the server and the client. So this should be like no terrain is even being generated. All right. I'm gonna stop working on multiplayer and continue to do the development, but I'm going to stop working on player synchronization. I think that that's just going to continuously be a problem, and if I don't move on from this point, I'm never going to finish this game. I'm going to sit here and ponder how to synchronize better and better and better and better, but the reality is when it comes to players and everything else, that's like, it's the train is the biggest part that makes this like difficult. But and then monsters is going to be tough as well. I don't Yeah. I guess it wouldn't matter because, yeah, I was just thinking about in my head a couple of things. But G development number two doesn't want to open. Nice. We're gonna add. Oh, we already have a multi-tool point. Cool, 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 cool. So now what we're gonna do is every time a player is created, um, actually, I want to try something. So we're only gonna sync the multi-tool because the player's already synced, and now the multi-tool can be synced, and then Okay. And now... Hmm. Oops. Ah. Hmm. Trying to point the multi-tool at the cursor. You could just put around, right? I just happen to have this tool installed, so I was hoping that that would be good enough, but well, I don't want it to just change the angle. I want it to float around the player. So what I want is the the player to have a radius around them and the gun to float. Well, in this case, it would be like this. I only want it to float around that radius. Okay. Yeah, so I'm trying to get the gun to like float around the player, not just aim. It'd be much easier, obviously, to just aim at a point. That's easy enough, but I need it to constantly change. Oh, it's not even aiming at the right, like the actual cursor. That's why. Pretty sure. There we go. Oh, almost. Uh-oh. Oh, well, I didn't do Y for one. Really? This is so strange to me. This should work, though. Why it doesn't work, I'm not entirely sure. There we go. No, I got it. I got it exactly how I wanted it. There we go. Okay. So now in the Space Farmers sprite sheet. We're going to disable some of our old stuff. Don't need that. We need to go back to the tile set and get just that. That would be helpful if I was on the right tile. I'm going to take just the hand. And now we're going to change the multi-tool to be a hand first. Okay, so now we can copy this. Doesn't really matter how it goes. Turn that off. File, export selected. Go to TerraFarmers. So Pixel TerraFarmers, player, default, multi-tool. We're going to rename the multi-tool. And then in our client, we're going to add a sprite. And we're going to replace the multi-tool. Even though it's red, that's fine. Gonna have a red hand for a second. Can't see the hand because, I mean, can, but we're gonna mess with this a little bit. We'll follow some of the other design choices that we made earlier and made a white outline for it. And then then we're gonna shrink the distance to the player on this thing because at the moment it's really far. We don't need it to be as far. 4 might be even too far. We'll see. And then I actually want to change the Z order to now be above the player, at least in this case. I just want to test out a few things. Make sure it looks good. Oh. We got to go into our multi-tool and change the edit points to be accurate. And then we're going to change this location to rather be on the point center to be on the multi-tool point. And now obviously 4 pixels is too far. But kind of looks funny. Looks like he's carrying a block now. Kind of blocks our face. And also our hand rotates in a really weird way. What's up, Carl? How you doing? Yeah, that flip looks kind of weird with his hand. Good, good, good. I'm glad you're doing well. Let's do a distance of 2 pixels this time. Go back to host. Very funky rotation. The hand looks funny. We'll go back to the player center, I guess. At least for the hand at this point, because like we can change it. Like if it's at a different animation, right? In the default animation, then we can do this. So we can say that if the multi-tool animation is basic, then do this. And then that way, when we change our multi-tool later on, we can change how it sits on our hand. So right now, that looks bonkers. We're getting closer. We're getting much closer, but we need to drop the distance down to like 1. So it has a little rotation, but and I'm going to move the player center position. Now, I guess I could just move the multi-tool position. So we're going to move the multi-tool position to be where your hand should be. So now we can go back and change this to multi-tool. And now at least our fist. So when we flip our character, we're going to want to flip our hand as well. So that's pretty easy. And I'm feeling like because it is a multi-tool, we probably don't need the white outline. It blocks too much from our player. So let's just go back in here and delete the outline and see how the hand looks then free floating. Yeah, Carl, I do like the paper flip style. It's a little less noticeable, but like, so if you don't have anything in your hand, we're probably just gonna hide it anyways. You don't need to see your hands while you're walking around. But now we have like a hand placement, so at least we know where our hand should be. And I feel like if we took our multi-tool and we moved it just slightly on the axis of where our hand should be, maybe down here, we get a little bit of a better result. There we go. I think that looks better down there, not blocking our face. And then now when we walk or something, it would look good to have an item in our hand. So now what we can do is hide the multi-tool. If the animation isn't basic, so now what we can do is add the Gordon Freeman special. So we'll go back to our hand and go collect the other animation. So this one. Okay, now we have this. I think this is actually one up too high. Then we can select export selected. We're going to create a new folder for the player called multi-tool. Go back into our game. Go to our multi-tool. Looks like we have a random white dot somewhere. That's all right. We'll fix that. Delete that. We need to add a new animation. Now the real question is, do we continue our, what the heck? Do we need to add the white outline or don't we? We'll find out here in a second. So in the Freeman, we need to make sure that our hand is in the right position. Uh, let's see here. Okay, and now we'll set the animation for the multi-tool here for the test. All right, so now when we flip the player, we're going to go back into our multi-tool and we're going to add the behavior of 3D flip. So we have the Paper Mario effect. And then down here, we're going to flip the multi-tool. And that should then do it. I think this has to be inverted. No. Oh boy. Ah, I had it right. I just forgot to. No. So it is flipping, but oh, okay. So what I'm seeing now, I understand. So we don't actually want to 3D. I mean, we can 3D flip it, which is great, but then we need to check that when this happens, we need to flip vertically as well. So we're flipping horizontally, but then our vertical axis gets flipped. So we need to also flip. So down here, shit. Okay, I'm just trying to figure this out in my head. This is driving me nuts. It's really simple, and yet okay. So here we go. So when we start this, right? We've got when we flip and do our 3D flip. So this is how it should be. And if I do yes, this is irritating me. Okay, I'm an idiot. Don't worry about it. There we go. Oh shit. Now this is going to create a bajillion of them, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Hmm. Oops. God damn it, wrong button. Oh boy. All right. I did. Unless I actually undid it, but I'm no, it's got synchronization. It's not showing other players' devices here. can't even move now. What? What is that? Oh, there it goes. Who's just being weird? So that's something I don't understand. I think what's happening is that the multi-tool is being created on top of the server player. I don't know how that's going to work though, because that's technically client data. That won't let me move again. There we go. I don't know why sometimes it does this to me. There we go. So it is creating per client, which is what we just told it to do again, right? But I think what's happening is because the client can send signals, we're not sending the data of where our cursor is. Because if I went in here, down here to for each player, even though our player is, let's say our player, right, is currently animating properly. So if we go here and test this, our player is not animated anymore because the player, even though the player is moving, now of course this is gonna freak out, but I'm just looking at the logic and why GDevelop does things the way it does. But same thing. It's still creating it, as it should. But now if I check my refresh, well, what the heck? There's only one multi-tool being drawn. Even under that, for each, let's check the second one. Yeah. Only one instance of multi-tool. So even that didn't work. Well, it doesn't work if it's upside down. Same issue though. Let's go check our debugger. Very interesting. That's weird, right? Now that's something I don't understand. What? Why is it assigning it to the host? Okay, I'll resync it. It has it, at least now, but it's still not showing up. We're not hiding it anywhere. So obviously that doesn't matter. It could be the same script. I'm just trying to isolate what the heck. What the heck? Well, what? That's so strange to me. Uh, okay. Hey, Reborn. I got an issue. Maybe you can help me solve it. This, when we set it to owned, so when we set the player state to owned, it's setting it for the server too. And then it's spawning the multi-tool because you own it on the same player. It's weird. Like um so inside of the debugger, if we check the first game, player 1, okay, owned, true, test is off because it should be, but we can see here that we're owned. I don't know why it's doing this like this. So the structure for the first player is owned and test is false as it should be after it runs. Then on the second one, we see we own true again. I don't know what this is about, why it does this. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. He's properly owned. This is the second player. He should not be owned. Player 2 should not be owned by player 1. Oh no, that's right. And then here. Why is this so messed up? Why does player 1 own player 2, but not themselves? Oh, aha. I'm understanding more. Okay, we shouldn't be owning this fucking player though. I'm gonna see if Arthur will can have a moment to come check this out because honestly, I think I'm fundamentally messing something up. Man, this is frustrating. Ugh. Oops. Dang, man. Yeah, so first player is going to be rendering two multi-tools because now he owns both of them. Oh, this is so frustrating. But then when I did it the other way, and I changed the own state to the think ID, for each player that's loaded, it does do this right, but then the server owns all of them. Because every time a client's connected, we add ownership. And then every player that connects after will also. No, we can do run. We might as well do run. I understand what's happening now. Because we're synchronized, though, right? I would have thought that player movement would be synchronized. Dang it. Mm-hmm. Hmm. All right. Well, we need to bring back the debug text. So, gonna need that now. Should be right above our player. No, I'm not muted. I'm just very quiet. I'm trying to think through something. Sorry. So if the player sends the finite state machine, pick the instance of the player and change that player's ID's think machine to their player finite state machine. But we need to copy the extra data of player dot. Can you hear me okay? Reborn? I didn't hear a confirmation back from you, so. Okay, hello. Aha. But then I'm no longer running. I'm now idle. Excellent. We're almost there. I'm figuring out how the. I'm understanding how to pass things. So we can fix all this. This is all sorts of messed up. We can remove. We'll leave direction for now. And color we're going to remove for now. And then okay, good. I'm just synchronizing some things because I'm starting to understand a couple things. So it'll automatically generate these because each client will need them based on the player state. So once we create a player state, then in we can just use this. Because this is on our client side, right? So on the server, we're saying if the player state is set to owned, which is the highest priority. So this is how we differentiate, because we're saying that although the server will own everything, technically, we assign the player ID and own status, and we get that to true. But then when we check our ID status, it'll be false in the client um, for the host. So now, if I check the debugger, in his case, it'll say owned is true, and owned is true still. So this value, player state, is assigned to each player on entry, and the server will start keeping track of all of this. So now if I added another player to this hectic array, that's the wrong button. I don't even know if that's the right multiplayer code, so we're gonna, yeah, well, it definitely wasn't. Think ID in it. So we'll join this, okay? So now we have this, and now when I go to the debugger, we should be able to see that the first player owned is true. What? Player one. Oh, this is so confusing. So obviously this didn't run, as it shouldn't, but it says that we own it. But then when we go down, we gotta go to our second client and check this out. False, true, 2, good. And then it should say oh no, that's working fine. Because on the client, right, it doesn't need to store each incoming player. So each incoming player that's coming in on the host is getting added to their own Boolean value. And we're not propagating anything there. We just create one. But then if we check our instance of this, so here's our ID. Here's first player. Second player, we don't own any of that, so we can't even see what the status is. I'm so confused. So on player one, we can see is this because players are synced? I would think that we need our player to be synced. Damn it. Um, so player has to be synced. If the this is a Boolean variable, we don't need that. We need it to be a text variable. That needs to be player. Hmm. But that is a text. I need to test something actually. So if the host has his own, and then now the client has their own. There we go. And we go to the debugger. Ah, son of a gun. Player 2 should be idling. So that's not working. But in the secondary client, they are idling. No, they're not. So even though he's the heck, even though this player is moving, when we refresh their string, we're not seeing that their player state being addressed. So going back to our idle, send the message to the server player finite state machine, and send it the actual player's data. Then we go to the game scene world. Okay, but in the host, did it change in the host? Is he idling in the host? No, he's not. He should be, but he's not. Welcome back. I'm trying to sort through this. It's kind of frustrating. So that's not going to work either. Uh, oh, the extra data has to be a scene to variable? Whoa. Variables editor. Okay. So we're not going to pass that through because it does nothing. When we send this information, I think I need to move the player state out of the player and move it into a scene state. So that way, there, because if we don't pass state in, then it becomes a local variable state, not a public variable state. So the local state could be player finite state machine. And then we could pass the player's state. Okay. I think. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm working in circles. I have no idea. Okay, now what happens when we add another player? I think I just made a breakthrough in the way that server signals work. I could be wrong, and I'm willing to eat my shorts if that's the case. Okay, so now in the debugger, both of them should be idling. Nope. Damn it. Is that not working? Okay, no one should be running at all. Why are you running? Who's running? Okay, on the client, player number 2. It doesn't matter if their finite state machine is set to run or not. Fuck. Hmm. Reborn, I'm gonna cry, dude. Yeah, I'm not working on the tool right now. And currently the server does. But how come it walks sometimes but not other times? I understand. I saw your last 3 messages, but I don't know if... There we go. Oh, That's interesting. Okay. Okay. My idea is to make it so that the server bundles the tool for every player. I'm thinking on change the scene variable to state.tool player state.id. Uh, you just made me realize I'm doing something else wrong. This is starting to irritate me. Player state is a private state. Player state is local. State is public. I lost my hand. Oh, why'd you chop off my hand? It's imperative that you understand. Obi-Wan would never bother. So tell me, what do you know about your father? He told me enough. He told me you killed him. Well, there's something I must reveal then. I'm your father. I'm your father. It's an old Star Wars rap song from early YouTube. Okay. Uh-huh. Hmm. Hmm. So the server will own every player, but on the local, so we pass. So every time the player connects, their player state is assigned. Then we can just check for player state.owned, player state.initialized. Okay. We don't use these anymore, right? I gotta start shrinking down out of the extensions we use and don't use. So the only thing we use now is camera old X and Y. Now we can remove all the there's just so many scene variables that I can't even tell what's going on anymore. So we don't need this one, or this one, or this one, or this one, this one. But I guess we do. We still use A and B and what? No. Somewhere in my script, it's still trying to use it. Oh, there's the old world generation. Yeah. I was just looking for it. I gotta clean this up a little bit. Hmm. That's kind of interesting because man, this is so irking me. So I had it. So we had it there before, But now I'm trying to do the player movement so that way. I mean, I know we had the player movement working before, but it didn't seem as efficient as it could be. So I'm just trying to figure out exactly how the player state situation kind of works, and I'm getting a better grasp, like personally, so I can personally understand. Um, so of course, like this works, but that's because it's client side rendered as well as server rendered. So in this particular situation, now, of course, whenever because we're synced, right? So that's weird. It's actually working right on the client, interestingly enough, at least for the client. And then on the server, it apparently doesn't think that I've stopped walking. So it's not triggering the. So walking and moving should, yeah, it's all client based. Oops. So what we were doing before is we were just checking here for each instance of player, like if the player's moving, right? If the player's moving, set their animation. And that was server side. So now, if we're moving, we're moving. And then let me copy the join code. I broke it. What's going on? I'm gonna pull my hair out. See, but then that works. So that's the thing that drives that what? Whatever. I'm starting to understand a little bit more. Was able to rectify that other issue. So now, come on. Oh, no. Where you going, guy? Uh, Why that works and why it didn't work the other way, I have no idea. But then if we go look at the debugger, why is the first player unmapped? Wait, what? Oh, I'm okay. I'm on the wrong client, that's why. Okay, so now, because we're going to send that message back to the server, so the server should see that the player has been initialized. Do you see what I'm trying to do? So the host needs to I need to see from the client whether or not the client has been initialized. Just so I can make sure that everybody's running properly, right? Adding debug steps, basically. Okay, so now in the debugger, I should be able to see this second player. What's up, Blue? How you doing, buddy? How was school, bud? Okay, well, first of all, it cannot come before uh There we go. Let's try this again. Yeah, good. I'm glad. I'm trying to figure out how signals are sent back and forth to the client. This is paramount. Um, Yo, what's going on, bud? Okay, so as we suspected, now we can check the debugger, and now we should see on the first client we're trying to do it, Bo. I'm running into an issue that's making me want to slam my forehead into the counter, but okay, so this should be false now. But it's not. Yeah, see you later, Blue. Ah, this is frustrating. So basically, what I'm trying to do is, right? So you have a player state. And when you initialize in the very beginning, player state is a private state for the player. As you can see here, whenever we issue a private state, it creates private state or player, like the player state rather, sorry. So you have player state. We don't have any information for the server, which is fine because we're on client number 2. Client number 2 knows that he is client 2. It's finished the initialization and he's owned. But on the server side, it looks a little bit different because on the server side, we see initialized and owned for the next player. We have our own player state. We should be seeing this set to false. That's the thing. That's the only thing that I'm not seeing. So maybe the way I'm sending the signal's wrong. So once we initialize, we should send the message to the server saying player's been initialized. Let's try it this way. Okay, so now we have our game. And now we have our secondary client. Let's see if we can get joined up. There we go. Going back to our debugger. Ah, that's what I wanted to see. No, wrong client. Please? It's not updating the client. It's driving me nuts. What do you mean? Oh. 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 Yeah. Sorry. Dude, I'm so tired. My eyeballs hurt. So right now, as we have it, Bo, I'll kind of show you what we're dealing with. Um, so we actually have hands that work when for each player individually when I fix this. So real quick, let me do that. Uh, wait, why is it on the floor? Oh yeah, gotta turn on the multi-tool. We can take into consideration linked objects, linked multi-tool. Let's try this again. Test host. Okay, the host has the crowbar. Launch in another preview. Yeah, not quite right. We're almost there. We created a hand at our feet. Uh, huh. That was weird. How does a new mic sound, by the way? Well, it's not new, but how does the to you guys? It's new. I clicked the wrong button. Good, good, good. Sounds real good if I get in real close. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's my Rode NT1FA NTAF1 in um NT1-A. There we go. Yeah, they're nice. Sounds super crisp, especially when you're all close. Oh yeah. No, I do voiceover stuff obviously, so this is my voiceover microphone. Anyways, let's try this again. Okay, so now oh, I see. And then we go to debugger. Now there are two multi-tools in each one, but they're being assigned to whoever the active player is. So now the server needs to handle each one. Uh, all right, so we're gonna need to create a new structure under state, and now it's gonna need to be called tool. Actually, I don't know if it, yeah. So hmm. Correct. That we don't want players to have authorization over any input from to the server. Otherwise, they can hack it, right? So the player sends a signal to the server recognizes it and sends it back. Now, what we want to also do is build in predictions so that the client is still moving even without server input, say that there's a delay, but then we need to check those state positions. Um, that actually gives me an idea. I'm thinking because state is public, right? So player state, it's interesting the way that this works. So we have player state. Player state um so we can see here that we have a state, and state is between two, is shared. State is shared. So when a client joins, scene add to the public state, state players joined, add one. And then what we do is for each player, we assign them to the current, their ID, the player state ID, to state players joined. So everybody who joins gets added in. Currently, there's no saving of that information yet. So if we get the player state ID, right, we send it back to the client and we say initialize the player. We generate using the world generator tools that we have. So we synchronize those because we use state to capture the noise, the same noise seed from our server. So we're passing that into here. So we generate a new noise called world, which is the same as the server, and we synchronize it with this state. And then we toggle the ownership to true, and we toggle the initialized to false, saying, yeah, we've initialized. We no longer need to initialize again, right? And then we send the message, well, and so that's what's happening. And then if you own the player, we want to change the, I'm going to change the multi, there we go. I'll put it up here. We want to change the player, the state, or when the player state becomes true. So when you, the client, get brought into the game, you get initialized as true, and then your mouse should control the multi-tool. So if you own this, you should be able to control it. However, because all multi-tools are currently synchronized, so if I undid the synchronization and then launch this code, okay, our player's still doing his thing, as it should. Copy, because this is player in server. And then on the server, we have nothing. He doesn't spawn with anything, which is weird. So what's happening though is our crosshair is client side currently. We're not passing the crosshair into the server in any capacity. So the server doesn't know where to put your crosshair, if that makes sense, because it's client side. But then whenever we move our crosshair over between the x-axis, we send a signal to the server to interact, to flip, and control our player flipping. And that's how we can see when our player flips. So we have a local condition that sends it to the server, but what we're not doing is sending the crosshair to the server. And so now, every time we create a player, we need to start storing that into a local scene variable. And the scene variables, again, are called, delete all this. The scene variables are state because they're public. So now what we need to do is create a local variable called cursor X, cursor Y, and we need to set our cursor to that because it's a local variable inside. It has to be a local scene variable. And then we now need to pass that into the state, so that way the server can see where per player. So we need to take it from a local state, pass it from local into, send it to the server, and then the server needs to pass it into a public state. That way we're synchronized with our players, if that makes sense. I think. Because here, what we're seeing is that we're sending the signal to flip. Now this shouldn't even be here either, but when this flips, we send the message to the server, and that's based on a local environment, but the server can't tell where the actual crosshair is. And that's the same thing's happening here, where every time we create a player, we're creating a multi-tool, but we're spawning it on the original player for some reason. So I need to store the player ID into a public state. So well, the cursor is going to be important later because when we shoot, if the server doesn't know where the cursor is, it doesn't know where to shoot the bullet from the server side, right? Because then we can check from the player to the cursor and synchronize it with, if we synchronize it with the server, then all the players will know what this player's target is. The players won't be able to see this if the server doesn't know what the target is. Server is also, because server in this case is also the player one, so player one and server are the same. And so we have to think about this as rather than player one and not player one. So if player one knows all the players' locations. So right now we know if the player is flipped, yes or no, because we send a signal to the server. So this is actually going up and then back, right? So they say, I want to move. We say, yep, you can move. And then if you said that you were attacking locally, if the client shot a bullet at this, this player wouldn't be able to tell that it's there, right? Because we have to then ask, hey, I'd like to shoot a bullet. And the server says, yeah, shoot a bullet. I think. I mean, we could get there. I mean, because if we sent the angle, right, it's the same thing. So with the way that servers currently work, my understanding, anyways, inside of um, so we have a server timeline, right? And we have a client. So here's client one. We'll call it the server, and then we have player two, right? In the timeline, if we take an input and we send it to the server, which will happen instantly, right? Then the server has to send it back to us, and this is when we get to do that, because there's no prediction, right? Currently, if the server doesn't receive the signal, so this is the server, even though technically it's also player one. But if the server receives, it sends it back. If this guy sends it at the same time, it'll happen like this. Because of server ticks. So without any predictions of what's going to happen, we can only operate on what the server knows. So the reason why we have to use the while loops, while the signal is true, so while true, move right and left, is because if I sent it in one tick and the server didn't receive it for a movement, then it won't receive it, so it has nowhere to send it. Um, but then we have this weird synchronization thing. It's not. That's what we're talking about, prediction. Oh, well, okay. So, well, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but so the player, when they're created, they send a signal to the server. The server retrieves the signal back, tells the player that their input is true, and then so yes, you can move. So you get the green light. Yep, you can move, and then it'll begin simulating it for as long as you continuously send that signal. So for each tick that you hold it down, you'll move one tick over, right? So the force will begin to happen. But with synced objects, it all it does is store, I believe, their X and Y location. I don't really know what the difference is between synced and not synced. Because like, if we're playing, if we generate on the server side all the world code, because right now we've changed. So in today's, I don't know, there's so much going on, man. It's hard for me to catch you up. So the generation has been moved to be generating on each client. So used to have to get all the information from the server while you're walking around, and now you don't have to, because we just send the world code, the seed, to each player, and they generate their own chunks. They generate their own terrain as they walk. But if I did it on the server and then synchronized it, then the client would only see what the host is generating. Then when I add synchronization, if it was just on the server and we added synchronization, then that's that. So the multi-tool and the player is also synchronized. But I think that all that that's really doing is making sure that our location is shared, is synchronized between all the clients. But then when I applied the synchronization to Yule Mallet, or the crowbar, it doesn't do what I would suspect it does. Oh, well, I removed the synchronization for one. Okay. I accidentally hosted instead of... Okay. So now that they're synchronized, each player only gets it. Each player has one. And then I go to the debugger, but they're synchronizing. So even though I'm creating them here and linking them with the player, I don't know if I need to do it like in a different order. But whenever a client is connected, create the player and assign it to the current player. Create an object and assign it to the current player. Set their initialized to true. And then we go up here. And when we initialize the player, we set their world noise to be the same. We set the Z order of the multi-tool. And we set them to owned. So now when you own the player, when you own the player and then point, or when the player's owned, linked objects, take into account the linked object. The linked multi-tool. And if its animation is Freeman, point it at the right direction. But at the very least, every client should have one. Maybe we need to change the multi-tool's position. Well, that's what orbit is supposed to do. Okay, we're gonna go a little bit deeper here, and we're gonna say we're gonna run this. This way, I guess. Whoa. I feel like we just made progress. Oops. Okay. Okay. So now, I understand. Okay. Hold on. So now, what's happening is this. Uh, so now, butter smooth. Get the multiplayer join code. Okay, it shouldn't be doing that, but it still is. Okay. So at least now, whenever we stop moving, it snaps back to us, which is interesting. What I'm curious about is whether the players. Well, so look at this. So the server, right? The server is sending this to the player. Look at the players. This is the player screen over here. Look at this. It's perfect. But then on the client, this is what's happening. Even though they both have the same render code. Because the server's only getting the information of when to flip. And this is what I was talking about before. We don't have any idea of what direction the crosshair is. The server doesn't. It only knows when the crosshair, when it receives the signal from the client that it's flipped. And then so I believe, though, for each instance of player, if we take into consideration where their tools are, that might matter. We're going to still point it at the same thing here as well. Not going to change that. But now this is going to change it for the server and everyone. So now that the host will be controlling where everybody's. I just want to show you because we should be sending that signal to the player, right? Kind of debunking my own little thing here. I really need this to start remembering my usernames so I don't have to keep doing this every time. It's tedious. Hey-ya. Okay, so now the server controls where everything is. And look how butter smooth that is on the client, right? So then if so this is why we need to get the crosshair for every player and send it through a public state. Send it to the server. The server needs to know where you're aiming so that it can run this code for you. Because yeah, at the moment, now all it does is flip the image that's there, the one that we do control, because there is one that we have, but it's not following our mouse, but it's only flipping when we flip because we're telling it to. And the same thing is true here on the server, where if we aim it at just the right spot where the server's cursed crosshair is, then it should disappear. So for one, that should be there, not where I put it. But I think the same thing is going to happen. Wait, what? Why can the client control the? But at least now the client can control at least. That's funny. When it flips, it loses control. Hmm. And then the player can't. The server owner actually can't control for some reason any. Uh huh. Well, I think it's going to need an ID, but it should be based off the player's ID. So the server works fine now, but then the player's doesn't work at all. It's really interesting because this goes to show you how player movement works when it's synchronized with the while statement. But if the tool's synchronized, we shouldn't need to do that. I wouldn't think. I don't know. Well, that's because the server, the flopping is done via a signal to the server. So like whenever we flip, we send when the mouse cursor locally is greater than the player's or less than the player's position, flip it. And then so that's happening when we flip. So it's sending a signal to the server. That's from the client, and that's why that's happening. So server can send stuff to the client, but then we have to redistribute it to all the other, dang it, all the other copy this, test, join. Okay, so here we are again. We have it on our local end, which is the bizarre thing about this that strikes me as strange. Is that this isn't working. For the client, which is weird. Right? So it's working now. That's why different join ID. So, but now it controls all of them. So when I move these apart, the client is rendering all of them in one place. And it works fine until all I changed was here, picking the instance of tools that are linked to us. I had disabled that. Now, if you own it, if you own the player, yeah, pick the instance of a multi-tool linked to the player and follow the cursor. And so here, it works. Here, now it teleports to the other player. As though they own it. But they shouldn't. So it's not getting linked to the right player. And then I have a feeling that we can see this player's isn't rotating. It's only flipping. Even on this guy's screen, even on the host screen. So it's not, it is assigned to the player. Isn't that wild? And whenever I move, it links back to the main player. which it should not be doing. So if I remove this, all right, let's try adding in the player. So let's recognize the player. So pick an instance. If you own it, pick the instance of the player linked to you, and pick the instance of the multi-tool linked to you, and point that multi-tool at your cursor. Still works for the host. So now works for the host, doesn't work for the player, but now it links to the player. Isn't that weird? So now it moves to the player and links to them and flips appropriately, but it doesn't know how to follow the cursor. So if I move this out, so now this basically doesn't matter, right? And we go backwards. For the life of me. Okay, it still works for the host as it should. And now it does work for the player, but then it doesn't go to each one is being spawned for each individual player. What if we just pick instances linked to the player? I don't. Something is gumming this up, and I don't understand why. I'd really, really like to talk to the creator of this, but I'm a very low totem on the giant totem pole of people. Well, this one should be always. That's the thing I'm not understanding. You see this? So now the rotation is working right, but now it's not on the player. Because both of them are spawning on the same spot. Which is like, maybe that has to, maybe, so now I'm like, okay, do I remove synchronization? Because they're technically not the same object? But then that doesn't make sense if the player works. And now none of it works. Even though that this player, it is creating another one. It's going on top of this player. Refresh. There's two multi-tools. And according to this client, there is no multi-tools. None. So we do have to sync it. So that at least we know that. We absolutely have to sync this object because it's a networked item. And then once we do that and we update our game script, we then see that part happen. Okay. So now it is there. But not linked properly, correct, yeah. And then we'll update again. And now it's there. And spawning on the other player. So then we go to both and update again. And now it's spawning on us and working, but we're not getting the server. So this is where this tells me the server has to run. We have to pass through the coordinates to the host because we're getting the flip signal, which is being sent from the server, and we know that the client is getting their arm connected like it should be. But it's not following it anymore. And it's only working on the host because they're the first people created. So now we got to change. I don't know, man. I would super appreciate one of the freaking. I don't know. Well, the flip is being sent via. So the client is rendering where the cursor is. So what if we like say, well, if we don't own the client, no. Let's do both. So now if I do both, it works, but not but then they go to one person, right? So like, all right, reborn. I don't understand. So this is interesting. So when we down here, is that what you're saying? I don't even know if that's what you're saying. For the it is multi-tool right there. Oh, for each you're saying for each instance of multi-tool. Are you saying to do that for the server or for the client? I don't think that'll work. Sorry, it's a right click. Right click. That might have been enough changing that we actually have to. I don't know. Sometimes you have to like restart. I don't know why. Sometimes and not other times. Yeah, that's for sure. Every time we change direction or move in any capacity, it brings our tool back to us, but then it doesn't track it. So that didn't seem to do anything. I'm going to open the online multiplayer template and take a peek at it. Okay, so what I'd like to do is not only change the position, but then set the scene variable, the variable of the scene. We're going to call it so if we add this as a scene variable, right? And then we send both of those as messages. and then we can receive those signals. I think. This is so frustrating. I could really use help from Arturos to understand why syncing works some ways and how it doesn't work other ways. Because what I'm thinking is if we send the message, right? Actually, well, hold on. Can I send more than one? No. Or maybe, I don't know. So what I'm thinking is we send those datas as a message to the server, and then we collect those. So if we collect the data from the client, ship it right to a to the server, we can then store that. So now in state, we should start establishing if state is public, right? So we have state, and if we have a state um, player index, right? Then from the state player index, we can have further children that are tool, ID. We can set the ID to the player count, right? The player number. And then every time we collect the tool, so underneath state ID tool, so player index, right? So if we get the player in the array, so whatever the player's index is, then we can get the player. So s dot player dot tool dot x would equal to their cursor x position, and then the player ID dot tool dot y is equal to their cursor y. Because this is a public state, we'd be able to tell constantly where that cursor is located. Or we could do it to angle or anything else. I'm just saying, right? That's kind of irrelevant. And this way, then we can check the players. So for each player, we can then check their SPTX, SPTY to find its location, and then rotate the object based on that location. And say if we didn't have a cursor necessarily, and we're like shooting at, yeah, so constantly, anytime the cursor moves. Anytime the cursor moves on the client, they would automatically send it. So anytime it's moving, we send that update to the client or to the server. So what I'm trying to figure out here, so here we have, so state players joined, add one every time a player connects. But I want to add, let's see. I meant to copy this. I'm thinking aloud here, but wait, no. I'm trying to figure out how we're gonna do this. So what I'm thinking is every time we create a player, we want to add their 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 actual picked player ID and set it to an array of state ID. Is this a text technically? Oh, no. I know what I'm doing. Okay. We don't. I don't want it to of the player. Stop this. Get out of here. No, the array variable is state dot player. Oh, 1 second. I got a phone call coming in, guys. Give me a second. Okay, I have returned. Mm, okay, so that didn't quite work. We're getting there though. So now we can see that we do have a state ID. It's an array, but it didn't update. So now we need to say what? Stop this. Update our game. Go back to our debugger. Okay, we might have to restart for that to work. Ugh. What I'm trying to do is get it to post the damn player's ID from the debugger. So they're getting set in ID 0, but the player ID down here is this nonsense. Later, dude. Seriously? Wow, this is annoying. One second. Okay. Uh. Oh. Trying to understand how depositing things into arrays works. Struggling with this. All right, gentlemen. I'm going to go ahead and call it today. I won't be on tomorrow, so you guys know. That's why I'm on today, Friday. Normally, I'm not on Thursdays. I'm on Fridays and Sundays. But tomorrow I won't be on. I will be on Sunday, though. It'll be a little bit later, but it'll be a long stream on Sunday. So thank you guys for stopping in. I appreciate it. I might be on a little bit later tomorrow, but in the morning, I've got some responsibilities I got to do. I'll be sharing some stuff in with chat tonight. Hey, Blue. Thanks, man. You too. You have a good rest of your evening. I'm glad the school went well today. Sorry that there hasn't been too much progress going on here. It's been a very slow grind on trying to get all of this squared away. But I think we're getting there. So hopefully in the next few days we'll have it all figured out. But thanks for stopping in. Much appreciated, guys, and I look forward to seeing you next time.